How you all doing?
How you all doing? Here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Continue.
Yes.
All right. Let's find out who did this. Like seriously. Let's find out who is the culprit. Will it be her? Who knows? I sure don't. Hey, it's Miss Bond. Oh, Mr. Fender, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Miss Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa, too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Detective Bad? Detective Bad, what are you doing there? Oh, I just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at the detention center, but okay. Why is his hair white? Good morning. Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no, Samson. What did they do to you? They didn't want to let me sleep. I had no idea the interrogations could be so involved. Sorry, I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. Like Von Karma's methods about just as much as you do. Which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad, really trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa? In his own way, it seems. Alright, Teddy. Let us share yesterday's finding with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it. Of course, I thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I just think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson. Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? The contestants. Mr. Tangaroa. You're kind of swaying all over the place. I'm sorry, like I said, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. You gonna pass away? Huh? Is that chocolate for me? Oh, those chocolates, I wish I could just give you them to I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame, but the rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad has nothing meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero? I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel a man reborn. Ha ha. Where were your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how are they? Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate that will comfort and soothe. Ear to ear. Head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as if it flows. Delicious. Not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh, so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. And yes, and yet, I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you're right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Howie. Probably saying that wrong, but Artie Frost was Paul Howie? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Howie. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This is all would certainly explain why Mr. Howick was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. A bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah, seems like he was making the statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two who he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bound. I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even a famous artist are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. All right, I gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one, somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anyone he knew he meets. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course, allow me to give you the full report. Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing that we learn the truth in the end. Now, you mind may I ask you a question or two? By all means. I gladly share what I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took a part of the final round in the contest? Let's see, there was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry in the violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were perfect balance of flavor and design, at least through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry in the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? What exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bond. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime. Yes, I wasn't aware of what happened until after I completed my assignment or assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit part of the Lear, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved, I burst into a song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the Lear tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that, if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the Lear you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was a part of a Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in the display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the Lear, the one shown without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all. And he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate the part of the Lear as well, but she said it was too far salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I suspected for a while that might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste of disorder characterized by the inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I ate so many sweet foods on the daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? Your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if you were some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nonetheless, you should put a request to the police to have proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You could take a look for it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't share that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. That is what you wish. What on earth is a secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. All right. We'll be right behind you. Judy. Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting. Right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, Miss Bound. Judy. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halloween collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as her own child. What parent would want their child their own path? And what a parent would do everything they could to protect them. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be getting back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me. That too. But I'll be putting something else in the place as well. An ace up of her sleeves for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator, will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Detective Bad, thank you for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? We need to see those other rooms. This is Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. The guy's probably got a hand in that too. And I don't expect to speak to anyone except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. And I doubt Von Karma will be handling out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? What does he have to go this far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. we're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may I conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure, but I'd like everyone else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. Alright, investigating time. Okay, we can talk to Judy. Alright. There's a leer here. And some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made, it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off, already checked them out. They're real. Checked out the room exactly. Did you manhandle the vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them. Not at least with my hands, at least. Did he? Never mind. I don't want to picture it. Saying he licked it? It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bond's TV show, Bacon Bop. There's some few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? This sign shows which artists work on display in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Mrs. Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, the sign is also made from candy. What are they doing with all this candy? Was it somebody going to eat it when the contest was over? Excuse me, may I ask you what you're investigating? Sir, analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And did you find chocolate? What looks like kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of chocolate seems to be the same that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and coloring which match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from 4 artists' rooms right here into this fountain. Guess that's how stuff from the melted ice sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene right in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anyone mentioned they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent. As a part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to... Wasn't he missing?
Take that.
Oh, so I guess it's already... Okay. Alright. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it to the blood on the murder weapon. Wait, what murder weapon? It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into a fountain like this? A moment of your time, Eddie. Sure thing, Mr. E. What's up? Do you have any thoughts on the case? Oh, you bet I do. Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display being used here to store the body. And Miss Gunn's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon. We're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes on this case, huh? I suppose we are. And to make things worse, Miss Bound seems super down. When I asked you if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights. Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong? I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. Eddie Fender. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie? Oh, it's great. I've been taking notes about everything, and I'm learning so much. I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth. So you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do. I'd give anything to be a hero of justice. To help the helpless and fight for what's right. The first time I saw Mr. E do this thing in court, I knew I found my calling. You know, cops look out for people too. Sure, but I want to be an attorney. Well, good luck to you. I get the feeling Detective Bad might be pinning an apprentice of his own. There's a drum set here, decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside of any of them. And there's no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They are not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too? That door leads to Tangaroa's room, so yeah. Could be made out of that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. He probably would have if things didn't go the way they do. Or actually, if the trial doesn't happen tomorrow, and then the whole DL6 incident. That's the door to the Gusto room. I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks for Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. They don't teach you about reindeer at law school, detective. This is quite the trophy. Awarded to Mr. Tangaroa, First Place International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prices, frame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. Where does this elevator go? To the second floor. Mr. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of sort of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when it's all over. You'd come, wouldn't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of pooling around with attorneys. Or palling. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa, but they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and professional achievements. What is this one here? It's for recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That is so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. Miss Scone's room is through here. It's marked by a snowman, a candy snowman, by the look of it. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll be. Is he really sizing it up? He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our crime scene ruined. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm sorry about earlier. She's still kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must be greatly taken back by Mr. Tangaroa had to say. I found the photograph of the semifinals entry for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavor from Mr. Gusto and Miss Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, the respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semifinals and final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son, always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Is he murder? Is he the murderer? Did he do it? Why would his son come along and hang out at the contest venue of all places? You sure are happy for us to keep a hold of this. Of course, I hope it helps in your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in that chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. That's right. He put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What's the cure for the ultimate cookbook? What? The cure's in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it. Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew the ultimate cookbook was this the whole time. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Bowen. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Exactly. Rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to the market yet, to be precise. To be right, to the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, would be worth a fortune. But why make a grand prize in a confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you heard of the Tangaroa Group. The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation, sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Are you saying that Scone did it? Oh yeah, that's the new Cold Killer Pro. Has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never far I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. So, did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over his family or his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own, so he was tired of it. If it would have been an insult to his parents' memory to simply give it away. So he decided to find somebody he left was worthy of it. I bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the cookbook or the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes. And not only that, I told her to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win.
Ooh. But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it far into the contest she had no business taking a part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad.
Yes, but it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you, but if there is anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy, of course.
She is certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bowen.
Well, if I could possibly refuse, I'll bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Investigation complete. We've learned a little more about the contest participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was... Silence. You are not to give the attorney even the teeniest shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have a question about the work he submitted to the semifinals. A confectioner who knits lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could have not hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Was that right? Yep. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into the Gusto, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tis, tis, tis. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case... Fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. the connection between Mr. Gusto and Frost. It is simply a matter of coincidence. They both happen to be taking part in the same contest. That was short. And that's all? That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw out the truth. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something.
Hold it.
Yes, there must be a connection of some kind. And if you would cease your baseless interruptions, I'd be happy to tell you what it is. If this were a courtroom, I would have had you removed for contempt. But this isn't solely the judge purview. Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune. What? Even judges are scared of him? It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue.
Hold it.
Granted, it may have simply been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition, but that doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them. I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Guess I'll have to do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusto and Frost's connection. Still, the look in your eye speaks volumes. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say? Make up your mind, will you? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? It seems that Mr. Von Karma is keen on keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right? Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost had something in common. I just need to present the thing they shared to Mr. Von Karma. Alright, alright. They did share something. Oh man. The only thing I know is they tasted the same, right? Yeah. I wonder if you could take a look at the two confections in this foreground for me. Mr. Von Karma. They were made by the contest in the semifinals. They both were quite exquisite crafted. Wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, there were Mr. Gusto and Frost entries. Mr. Gusto told us that the confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in this picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that there were two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Yeah, those roses look exactly the same. While at first glance, the two may appear to be significantly different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they are put together. They were made by the same ingredients, taste the same,
and share similar designs aesthetics. The picture is proof positive that the two were working together. If you figured out that much, I suppose there's a little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage.
Uh-oh. Let me confirm what you seem to so desperate to prove. Prove Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping out each other right up until the day before the final. So you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you picking your nose around before I could prove or provide a proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why. He's trying so... He's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. Hold it. So you knew, or so you did know, that there was a connection between the two. Why were they trying to hide it? I don't just hand out information like candy. And certainly not to the defense. Not like a lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way, and I'll do them mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you.
Hold it.
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally. Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. That must have been terrifying. I'd imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me. Did that even work on him? And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. Hold it. But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them could stand a chance making it through the contest alone. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with help of another. Cheaters can only win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration only lasted through the semifinals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted up to the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must.
Hold it.
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, he admitted he isn't all that great. He made what alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking about the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kind of like that guy's work. An artistically rich amateur and altruistically improved provision professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together.
Hold it.
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and they just simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you'll find that strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me. Only a few minutes ago, though. Which means there must be a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner. Which means they must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. It must have been some evidence that proves that they were cooperating right up to the semifinals. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
I don't know what to present here. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure what to present here. Mm-hmm. Two of them cooperated. Let me see. Can I read this? No. Found in the fountain, not seen a crime. That wouldn't be it. Frost and Gus's creatures had different designs, but tasted the same. That doesn't say they. Bookkeeping formulas creating the cure, taste for disorders, and other chemical pharmaceutical items. Doubt it's that. They probably both want it, yes, but okay. Maybe I don't press it, or Gusto scenes, nice par, frost, amateur, confectioner at best. Let me confirm what seems you just, yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. I guess I'll take a swing and just do the thing again. This will probably ding me, but you know what? Whatever.
Objection.
Yeah, alright. Let's just skip this. Because this is probably going to happen a lot. Ah! Alright. How am I going to prove their... How am I going to prove that I have... This may not even be the thing I present it to. Contest rules. Let's take a look. The Ultimate Cookbook and the title. Okay, judging clockwise. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decorations. Okay. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until the judging has been completed. Alright, that doesn't really say they're working together in any kind of way. The cookbook? Let's just do it. It doesn't say they're working together and all, but
Objection.
that's an odd thing to say considering how a country. Yeah, okay. Yep. Nope. Nope. All right. No, I was just throwing it out into the dark, just going like, chucking it. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was clear winner. Which means they must have been still working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves that they were cooperating right up through the finals. Oh, that didn't really give me any help. Spell out the details, relationship, order. Question like. Could be even this one too. The day before the final. That makes me want to like do it this one though. Could also be this too. Day before the final. The day before the final. The day before the final. When were these pictures taken? Do they have timestamps? Not at all. He's making these out of ice, correct? Because he has no cooking talent. So... Huh. Oh, wow. Oh, man. I hope that doesn't take me that long. Okay. Amateur confectioner at best. Should I put this in there? Because this is a... Miss Scone was pretty much a fake as well. That's probably not right. Yeah, didn't think so. Okay. Subpar, Frost is amateur confectioner at best. Let's see. Let me think. I can't read her things, right? Oh, wait.
Objection.
No. Okay, not that one. But she said her things were good except for the strings. So then that would contradict his... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Frost was an amateur, but her... This was spelled out, the details. Frost sculptures were scrumptious, except for the leer, which was salty. The two cooperated until the day of the final and then decided to complete on their own merits. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. There's the scene of the crime. Police have taken body. All right. Someone left finger marks, but they didn't leave any prints. Tony key. Sump lamp. Victim's blood now. Roll a bit. Nope. What was that develop instantly? handicraftsman, and he's a sculptor. I kind of want to try this one because he probably could have won the contest with the sculptures, the possibility.
Objection.
Now, damn it. Ah. Yeah, Von Karma doesn't really give me much to go on. That's what sucks. I had a couple other that were like this too. In was it the first game? Or was it the second? No, second game. The first case. In the final action, and then the final one with what's his face? Blanking on his name. Knight. He didn't really give me much to go on. It was kind of like, what do I do here? But about all the details of relationships with Dorian Frost is questioning last night. We haven't used this for anything yet. Someone left finger marks on the chocolate frame, but didn't leave any prints.
Objection.
Yeah, I didn't think so. What are you doing? Stop. Own merits. I just hope it's not super obvious and it's like, duh. It's found in the fountain, but not the scene of the crime.
Objection.
Nope. I wouldn't be surprised if he did kill him, though. I just want to present the attorney's badge just as a joke. What are you doing, you idiot? I thought it was funny. It's possible I might need to actually take the hint now. Because I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to even
go again on. Seal found near the body when it was discovered. What design could it signify? So that didn't change at all. Okay. Working together. Working together. Oh yeah. Don't need to do that. So if they're working together, he died. How do I prove that they're still working together to the finals? Different designs, but taste is the same. This is like the only thing that really has them. I'm just gonna try presenting this on a different one.
Objection.
It's not honestly considering how it can. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Alright, I didn't try it on this one, I don't think either, did I?
Objection.
No, okay. I already pressed every statement, so that's not it. And he didn't get any extras. The Maker Therm Waste says, desperate to prove Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. I'm gonna be dumb and just get this over with now. Whether it works or not.
Objection.
Culinary talent. Okay. Alright, let's get our little boo-hoo real quick. There's nothing more I can do. And with that, I have Miles' book. Or Miles has my book. Yark. Alright, culinary talent. Different designs, but taste the same. I gotta figure out how to tell him, yo man, they're working together. I wish you could present profiles. It's a thing I don't think they stopped doing. Two photos, Bond and Detective Bad. Take photos that develop instantly, which wouldn't do that at all. Unless they were on one of those photos, then that's different. I can't look at this any other way, right? Nope. And I can't look at this one at all either.
Like this and this one seems like the only one that talks about their cooking in any way. New property till the day before then. No merits. Did I try this one here? I don't know. Or testimony. There we go. I had it, but didn't have it. They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on the record of having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while they was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It would seem far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were cooperating during the finals.
I don't care what you got to say. How many times must I explain it to you?
Assertions require proof, and a person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, oh no, he's gonna drag her on the bus, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. How is that not entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you're ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, namely that she also describes some of Frost's work having to been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery.
Yeah.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove Gusto and Frost still were collaborating. Mr. E? There's something been on my mind.
Yes? What is it, Eddie?
Mr. Frost's entry for the finals wouldn't have taken a while to make.
I would imagine so.
Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures. Could he really have done that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work?
It's a game, dude.
He could probably be like, it's done. If it was me, I would have barely gotten as far as setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off.
Perhaps there's some lawyery instinct in you after all, Eddie.
Your pondering certainly points at why you eating that, pointing out another possibility.
Eddie's right. Mr. Frost needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit?
He probably had to do it way before. Alright, make it ice before the final day. Make the ice day of the final. Or make it out of something else entirely. I'm going to assume it's the first entry, because he would have to have it completely frozen way beforehand.
He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have to do is sculpt it. What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realize that you're correct.
What, Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting
is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. I don't know why the color of the text just messed me up there, but just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which you would need at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost replicate and help Mr. Gusto in return? Or reciprocate? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection.
Perhaps not, but I'd imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? I'm gonna show Phoenix this. And Miles. Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? It's probably gonna give him fake evidence. That's probably what he's gonna do. That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason? Because I'm gonna give him a big cheat sheet to get you in court. Because that's how I work. I'm Von Karma. One good reason, certainly. Because how would you have a perfect win record? The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection.
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Could it indeed? Then why didn't Gusto himself tell me about it? Why did the man you seem to be keen of accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Make him sweat. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicion actually was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue. But even if it is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto stuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is a reason enough to suspect him. Yeah, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but I'll consider it a taste for things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceeding to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. Is that their kids? Or one of their, is both of their kids? I don't know. That's
Okay, there we go. Gusto and Frost and their sons. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might be place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise.
No.
He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa is finished. If we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. He was why the If he was, why would refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Because he doesn't like him. Who else? Haven't you seen the autopsy report yet, either? Guy's probably got a hand in that, too. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Murder weapon? Oh no, the blood. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anyone mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up, not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in the most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. Why did it flash there for a second? That was weird. So, there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? No autopsy report. Missing victim's blood. Blood in the fountain. I'm assuming blood and victim first. Yes? Okay. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body has been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait. Could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Wait, did they cut it out before the body was found? No, right? No.
Because they took the, I don't know. Since I'm still in this menu, do I actually connect these two? I guess I will. If I get dinged, oh well. Okay. So why the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon, and the suspect is very little about the body itself. Our assumptions thus far has been that the body had been removed from the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the whole wrong way around all along? The question isn't, why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's, did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? Or did he change things, you know, to get his thing going? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival.
Mr. E, you're looking to leave there. That's the impression I'm getting from Fender over here. We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricating witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence, even. Sure, everybody's heard about that stuff. But what's that got to do with us right now? I think we're figuring out how he does it. I would never judge a person basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our intentions with him, or interactions with him, not intentions. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is, and I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really, do you call the method of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
This is not the police, and I have an issue with Mr. Von Karma. It's you. What? Isn't it the prosecution to work out who the real culprit is of the let me try that again. Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of the crime scene is? What a foolishness is this? Oh, don't say that word. Your daughter. It really says that too much. I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role
is or not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and assure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection.
And how far will you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth? Perhaps. Ha! I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. Well, you've been accused of before in other games too, so...
I do.
Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn.
You got me.
That face.
What are you talking about?
You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body.
What?
He doesn't have the body?
Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws.
I will tolerate no more preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
Death.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm afraid you have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you've seen for yourself, a piece of bloodied chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? Where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest, where the body was found, so what? Are you hiding it? Is he hiding it? So what indeed? What precisely my question? If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the body would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for the moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it makes all perfect sense. What is this, a petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, the evidence is everything, as you never tire telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have to show the blood to Mr. Tango's room went? Do I have a thing on the water? No. Ah, poop. I don't have water as a thing. Oh, yes I do. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of bloodstained chocolate was dumped in the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest.
Yark. Which was it you? Mr. Von Karma, did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. You, where do you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you officially off the case. Oh, you can't just do that, dude. I was barely on it in the first place. Can't bring Gumshoe into this. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You really are quite the... It's really quite the claim, you know. And one for which you'll never find any proof, for I'm afraid. What must I do to get the answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court. Gregory Edgeworth. Dude, you're an asshole, because you do exactly that. Because if this is exactly his last case, then yeah, you do this. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Is this the only case against him? I'm guessing, yeah. Because if he's gonna do things that happened in the first game, or well, I guess I should say Phoenix's first game. Because if we're going off of Edgeworth's, this is already past that, so. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, it'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'm going to prove it in court. Where the hell did they put the body? Well, there's anything I can do to help. Just say the word. Since you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. And I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. But there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. All right, Teddy. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case. And what is that? Or what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all.
Huh. I'll be more than, or, huh. It'll be more than in, why do I keep messing this up? Huh. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We could take on Mr. Von Karma together.
Indeed.
Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility this might take some time. Right. But we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he did not commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies, and it'll be the last thing I do. Not gonna happen, unfortunately. So is this segment over now? Because if they go to... Probably not. Maybe it is, I don't know. Because if that is his final case, he's going to get... He's not going to make it. So now, who am I? And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7, as far as I'm concerned. I am finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we could prove it, all right. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. The problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That's always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't it the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down, December 28th. That following year. There we go. It's April now, so, oh mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there on that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. There we go. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report. But that wasn't even the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to be an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was truly cooked. But Gregory still had an ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Oh, that was Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play that squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make them like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Is he gonna turn up at some point? Samson's interrogator, an initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I couldn't tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. This picture going a mile. I should have left it with him. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Well, he kind of got suckered in himself, so I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned. And that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to the murder. Strange, the file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Okay. Organizer of the confectionery contest. The victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted was an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as accomplice. That's the copy of the file they have recorded at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? I guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. And let me guess, it was, what's his face? Didn't want you looking it up, or didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believe about this case was a lie. Like they said, we all got to start somewhere. What's important is, you know what's what, you know? The statute of limitations may run out, but the truth is still out there, you know? So I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Is he still alive? Because I know in the games, they have said, I'm guessing they did the death penalty to them. At least with Delilah, they did. I don't know if they did it to Von Karma, as he's never come back outside of him being in the past, but never in the present. So I don't know. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. Oh, that's messed up. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. That's dirty, Von Karma. That is so dirty, dude. Now, riddle me this, Milesy boy. You Batman? Or Joker? Or Riddler? Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison that day Bronco Knight died? What are you cooking up here, sir? Ah, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. So he is still alive, okay. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out, right, Miles Reno? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way you or my father. Miles, you've been playing a defense attorney most of this game. Shush. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son. Through and through. Alrighty then. Now that I sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here are the documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so take a minute to scope them out, if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Not right this second, though. It has to be in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too. Come to think of it. Indeed. The key players that the incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught in another incident. And has something to do with me and my father somehow, which is insane. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing are perfect replicas of the ones 18 years ago. The poisonous gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquitum and asphyxium, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. Yeah, who is this body? Is it Frost? If it is, ooh. And finally we came to a body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be untimely or intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they are able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh God, you're here. Why do you keep annoying us? Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? Could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's obstructing who? I would like to add. I would hate to have to add guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to do to help with the investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof, she isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have one of the informations we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Law? Law! Very well. Maybe this isn't just the ice sculptures that we have resurfaced 18 Maybe this isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. I'm thinking it's already Frost, right?
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying Mr. Poor Chillywinks? Wait. Who the heck is Chillywinks? Or Artie? Or who is it you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Halley. I know I'm saying that wrong, so please bear with me. The sculptures on display here after all his works. No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was always the victim, or was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Judge Gambit knows about the IS incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case, and according to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and the autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? While the records say stuff like the body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. But that's not it to stop the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Whose phone is that? Yeah, this is Winter. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something. I guess Edgeworth caused it. Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gambit, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you admit that I might be of use in this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair. You were trying to steal the win. No, you're just too stupid. I'm doing no such thing. All I want to do is uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we need to work together. Which is why these two drive me crazy. Because they're always kind of like sticking their finger. You can't do this. You can't. It's like, these two drive me crazy. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another one of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for the IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed this off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Wrong body part. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecutor's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Ugh. And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. They might, I don't know. These two are just like... Judge Gavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
Because it was his father that had the...
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead prosecutor. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah. And that's not enough for you. He was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist the investigation, but only if you refrain from inferring with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. And why don't you bring it in to show we're on the side of justice? I'm gonna hit you with this. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books, huh, Misley? We've got to get to our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, really? What? I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. It's like, Eddie, stop making up words. Well, Kay, shall we? Heck yeah. Let's investigate. Commence. We're still unclear on two key facts. Or, outside Dwarf. We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to where we found it, and the source of ubiquitum. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on ubiquitum first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It is also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway.
And how's the rest of the fountain looking?
Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing.
Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it so not long ago. What is that? Is that throw up? This Bounds tea set laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the galleries is most famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Would it be this one? His name stamped right on it. So this is dishware that was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Or, wait a minute. Did he say that, or was that somebody else? I missed who the name was. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that the set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless it was absolutely have to. Whoa, this kind of stuff is really worth that much? Okay, stop it. Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Ballard must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said. So, to have said this, to still up. Hey, Edgy. What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you'd like. Miss Bowden. Judy? I thank you. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow. It tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually Why is this breaking my brain? Indentifiable. Why can I say this? It's like by its citrus aroma, but Miss Bound. Is it the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes, it is. Is it all right? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh no, not at all. It's just the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could have account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? No, I'm thinking of something completely different. What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. With you screaming like that, you don't even try to call me by my right name. It's Larry Duexnum, dang it. No, it's not. It's Larry Butts. Shut up. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? He's being himself. Let's ask about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit. But it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. That could be her. It could also be Somebody messed with the tea earlier and maybe put something in it. Maybe the what's it called? Well, no, if it's dish soap, then maybe not that. Somebody did something to it. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge and clear my mind and whoosh. Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on. What's the worst can happen? Everything goes on the floor. Even if it does go all sideways, we'll wind up with a cool colored tea, or a cool tea colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, blue sky. Tea leaves, brown. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. And is that it? That is all it. Sure. Oh, there's a stain on the floor. Oh, let's look at that. That is one swanky teapot. That's one of the way putting it. I've learned more towards eccentrics myself. Whatever it is, looks like a moon, by the way. Okay. Whatever it is, it won't do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things. Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. These letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, they show that the teapot was made by Paul Howie. Probably still saying that wrong. They're his initials, obviously. Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost. Actually, yeah, no, I didn't even really think about that. Yeah. It was, thereby making this piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. Or was his real name Paul? Who knows? And his work seemed to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall. Yeah, because I loved his artwork. Oh, I have a picture of the salt lamp. Okay. Not the actual. Huh. We have this too. Okay. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bowen? I had to go to tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. If it was the what's his name? I've already forgot his name. Carmelo Gusto. And then she took revenge on him. That makes a lot of sense, actually. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on the photographs for this current exhibit. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork, and I love his work because that's all I do. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why Winter and Autumn Wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident. She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Oh, that's all we get. Huh. Alright. Bender, did you do this? From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. I guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Are you talking about Larry? Hey there, Mazarino. What is the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is the beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better set up my game too, then. The two incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how it's gotten a lot melting statues in the winter wing. And even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him around since the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school just up and disappeared. What? They were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't... Not as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost Kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. We're gonna find out something interesting, that the kids did something. But yeah, with no family around, just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filled their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would stoop so low. Well, you've been hearing it, and then you got accused because of stuff that happened in your stuff. what's his name? Mr. Winner was very clear that you were own. Oh, that's the off. All right, well. We can't have. Sorry, sir. I wouldn't make a much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we're out a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. 8 Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. Just what makes the reputation do I have down at the precinct? I think you're pretty hated, right? Because you're like Mr. Scary and you were accused of falsifying information even though you technically didn't, but the item you received from somebody else was forged, so like that's what got stuck on you. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Howick, or rather Artie Frost. Eventually, he was a very well respected artist. Well, you got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about the time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving, or that's... Okay, so I guess it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contests to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end. All that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. It doesn't have to be a thieving thing, Edgeworth. Jeez. Or should I even talk to these two yet? I'm gonna wait. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl. That wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Oh, we're finding out how you're... Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course. And treasure is when they're in a tiz. Love is for people that you're not keen on. And petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't even realize there's so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, petal. I hope you're getting this down. Don't even try it, gay. Oh, dearie me. She's still wet. Alright, you. I'm gonna keep this simple, Larry. Stop being a... You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa. Quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Aw, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. Actually, she doesn't. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture, now edgy. He was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what you were hiding. Quit it already, I told you. I'm not talking to you anymore. Then I'll get Phoenix in here right now, and you will confess. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on. I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can tell the whole truth. Get the whole truth out of him. There we go. Let me guess, I have to present something? Should I do the... Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me. What is it about Miss Bond's tea that got you so agitated? Nah. If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Cavell. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me. The real low-down, dirty me. I'm not sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. What are you hiding? Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is there any way you treat your best friend, Edgy? Phoenix is my best friend, not you. Is there any way of you to treat, is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying, by lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already. Stop glaring at me like the Phoenix Strike doesn't exist. Sorry. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea. So I went to pour one for her, but I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed it. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far I saw this coming from. Ouch, you really messed up this time, Laurice. See, Edgy, everyone's going to think less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bond. My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Duexton. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that is safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand that it was something you long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And luck would have it, I have another identical teapot that's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Is that the poison teapot set? Or whatever? You did something to a piece and you want to dispose of it? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This is the other teapot you're talking about? The one sitting on top of the cart right now? What do you mean? Yeah, so I smashed the first one. I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep. And that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. Yeah, something seems off about Judy. Like, see, Edgy, isn't Judy absolutely the best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Miss Redriff? I'm afraid you greatly misjudged Kay. I simply want to see Larry has captured any unusual details this time too. Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Aw, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Your sketches. So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy? You want to check out my own art? You should have just said that from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
What is this nonsense? Hey, she has candy on the cart, not tea set. What am I looking at here? Also, what is she doing?
I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else.
I don't even know her name. Why did you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page though.
Yeah.
Wow, you did? Hee, I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Do you only draw what you actually saw? Of course. You think I could draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination?
Oh, and then here goes the reference thing that people hate in artists. You're using a reference, you're cheating. It's like, you're an idiot.
Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in a sketch, for example. If I compare it to the one in this room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please.
What is what's her face doing?
What are you shoving in the water? It's probably your glowy cloth thing. But why are you doing that? Or was that the missing cloth you from 18 years ago? Maybe. Maybe. All right, you two. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. I do mind, actually. And I'm not going anywhere. You just have to go around me. Well, we better just... well, we just thought that you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you show me at once. Is he really all it takes to do whatever you want? Alright, I thought it was going to be a talk to both of them, but nope. Do you think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gabel. And we'll do the same. You are a self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be toast to the thieving community. I don't think you want to tell her that. It looks like Judge Gabel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. Yeah, I don't think you want to be telling her, hey, I'm a thief. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies a tragic yet gritty determination of a young as they face the impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. Why is it called the math test? Huh. I already locked it that one? Interesting, okay. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Is it? The man's got a real pained look in his eye, though. This is another Paul's piece. Yes, from his younger years when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by the means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. What? Okay. Guess the mom shone the brightest. Is that past tense for shine? Okay. In that house. Statue of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul make these as well? Yes, it's... yeah. Yes. It seems he created them later in his life, once he begun to make his name for himself. His wife to push him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. It leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring. A popular time to move the house, or to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open? I guess somebody has been moving something heavy. Top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I saw this in Frost's room. Where at? Oh yeah. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. You couldn't lug that around. What are you talking about? Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. A bit of head scratcher. But we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it might have just have been something to do with our case. Okay. I get everything here. Third talk to. It seems the police have already removed the body. Why did the body of the victim 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too. Like, don't you think it would have done way before? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, forensic guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquitum and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain. I'm going to say that they were probably carried here by the stream from the awning wing. In addition, those two chemicals are also large amounts of sugar. Large amount of sugar. Okay. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Did more chocolate get in the river? Or is the chocolate still in the river? Alright. Do you have a talk thing or? Okay, no, yours is the same. Okay. So I don't show you the picture and go, I was doing. I guess it's your turn. Present. One photo from a goofy goof. Oh my, that's me? Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it? I'm sorry, Miss Bond. Bound. I'm afraid that it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent. He can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Ah, poop. I was going to get something out of that. I guess not. This wasn't updated. Okay. Alright, did I get every little squeeze of everything? Oh, the Christmas tree. This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right? Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but the color leads to the autumn wing. I think they just switched the wings on you, dude. I suppose it's a part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for the autumnly feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. Hence the name. Sure, I knew that. The door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree, and yet it leads to the winter wing. I suppose it's all part of the deception, or that's him. I suppose it's all part of the deception. I could steal the leaves if you like. Make things more wintry. A little more wintry. I think you better leave them alone, Kay. Alright. Got that. Larry's been talked to. These guys. I want to say minty and tea. The ubiquitum was whatever was left was put in the teapot, is what I was thinking. So am I correct or am I wrong? Let's find out. I am wrong. That's not quite right. Okay. I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bond, just to be sure? Miss Bond. The difference in aroma we noticed. Do you think it could have been because of a different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent. See, I was right. I was fucking right. I guess I probably have to do it with something else. Rather like uva tea. I don't even know if I said that right. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in the pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma's coming from. No, it's not. Could that really be it? I did it too early. That's the problem. I did it too early. Nope, it has. The tea from the teapot, Larry, switched it from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bond said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bounds seemed to have taken aback by switching the teapots, then breaking of one. You're right. You expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of the ubiquitous key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding it in that teapot? What? The teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that ubiquitum? Huh? I haven't moved from the spot since... My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ah, I knew it. I can't find it. There's no chance of a useless what? Do you know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bounds teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, looks like a fitting prize for a natural born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensic people check it out. You, do it. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I don't know, makes you suspicious. I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required a considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time and opportunity to set it up, except you. That's not strictly true. I took around a week to get the Zodiac Hall for the exhibit. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during the time. Jalicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up. Miss Scone is one on the radar too. Of course, you needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. That is true. But you've been hanging out with her, what, for 18 years? So who knows? So even if I did find some ubiquitum in my teapot, I wouldn't have the idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edra speaking. Sir, it's me. Everything all right, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing, so it's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. He really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after a past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here are all completely melted. All that's left in the display case is some stuff at the bottom. More of it's in a Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe the stuff for me if you can. Yeah, sure. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had to run some test on it just now. The sample from the tourist case has a bunch of sugar in it, too. Ooh. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. Ooh, was the body hidden in the ice sculpture this entire time? Blood. What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini's case sample? I can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, and I also spoke over the radio for the forensic guy working on the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sure. We found one of those light-emitting devices found here in the wing, too. Oh, that's not looking good for Scone. There are a few of those being used here in the autumn wing to disguise as the winter wing, as I recall. Or that's Edward. There are also a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as the winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just a show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Yeah, they're doing a really good job of putting it on both of them. Maybe they're actually teamed up. Maybe that's the twist here. They're actually working together. Because maybe Gusto was the killer back then. That would make a lot of sense. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas traps are false, I'll need to take a certain somebody. I need to talk to certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. There we go. There we go. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dearie, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy. And dear, sweet little tooth decay. That seems like a diss. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. And I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once it's been settled on. Well, I guess we tried. Gallery decorations. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? It seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Tee hee hee. Well, us girls do have to do our best, don't we? Nobody understands, of course. Yeah. Tooth decay. That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back then you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yup. Salt lamps, growing fabrics, light emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths used in the ultimate wing. But I'm sure I saw another one somewhere else. I'm not lying. Oh. It's in my bag. Somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. That's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should try to remember something so Miss Goon will tell us more. Alright, let's do the gas one real quick and then we'll show her Larry's picture. I'm assuming that's what I have to show her. Unless I have the thing. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that used to be, or used in the attack, Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who ever's handled infesticide Ultra should know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with any products containing ubiquinum ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had to nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago? The recipe is making for Infesticide Ultra. Along with that, not mixing with ubiquinum bit. It's in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh, yes dear. I know it inside and out. Because I work for the Tangaroa group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back the sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Pooples was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people to access it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Alright, present. I do have the cloth in there, but let me do Larry's first. Because she's doing something really weird. Oh, look at that, a picture of silly old me. That's right. You seem to have caught the artist's eye. You mean the lovely Laurice Lambkin? I'll have a word with him and say thanks. Well, I'll be glad to introduce you. And there's the evil smirk. Oh, they didn't go where I thought it was. All right. The actual thing is what they want me to do. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Gone? A bit. A somewhat glimmier one. Grimy. How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe some sort of spillage. A spillage, he says. That cheek. That piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more of this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why don't you want me to know that you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I finished it out of the fountain. Which is why I showed you that first. It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. Yes, I already knew that. At first, I thought it was one of those ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given the gallery, correct? Exactly. But all 4 were being used in the Alden Wing, correct? Or weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I already had my infesticide archer pinched and used to make poisonous gas. If one of my cloths turned out that they had been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag to hope for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get off my chest though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth disappeared 18 years ago, but the one the victim was wrapped in just happened to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. How did they preserve it for 18 years? Was it in the ice for 18 years? Judy. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bowen? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Master. I do not. Jill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place, then how is she still here? What? They threw her out? Yep, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody. No job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. Okay, that's what I was thinking. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after she basically stole it. Or after they basically stole it. Oh, not she. Guess this place has everything to do with it all after she cared ever that. Everything she had to do with all she ever cared about. So she wanted it back. All of it. Venter seemed very sympathetic to Miss Bond's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa for herself. Okay, we got new things. Things creating poisonous. That would how she would know how to make it, even if she didn't know how to be a scientist. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Judy Bond. Bound. No way, you mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's lying to us. It's like so like yeah, it's like perfectly be right on the character model. It's weird. I present the cookbook. What kind of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook? Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well, let's start the show. Come join me as we sing the song. It's a nifty thrifty 2 hours long. Oh my god, what? Now, one by one, we sing the things that's the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? You want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. Do I just... Okay, hold on. The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what it's about. Ping. I guess we're going to find out. I have inadvertently stumbled on this set of hate crimes, the musical, or something. Okay, I guess that was her. No, this isn't going. No, this is not a. Okay, maybe poisonous grass ingredients? Nope. Okay. Maybe there's something else I do right before that because I don't have the the trigger. Okay, they're good. They're good. Good. It seemed the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. I hope he's alright. We've got some questions that will need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Okay. I don't have any more things to... Nope, it's not even reacting. Okay. Miss Bond. What do I present to you that will give you... Oh, okay. We did the cookbook. We did this already. Why not the teapot? Nope. Not even the teapot. Okay. Maybe Judy's fatter, or not Judy. Scones. Julissa gave me these few cloths. They light up when you attach them to the special device. How many did she give you exactly? 4, I believe. There were 4 luminous cloths in melted weight, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere else. I get the feeling this Bond is hiding something. Okay, interesting. That didn't, I wonder if she react to this. Hana's on. Nope. Nope. I wonder if she knows they had a kid. Nope. Doesn't react. Okay. What about this? Hana's on. Ah. You're not helping, lady. Alright, let me talk to somebody else. How about you? Who knew you could make a lamp out of rock salt? Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof. And ever so sturdy. Sturdy enough to make a surprisingly good murder weapon, in fact. Yeah. You knew that the bulb in this lamp was probably broken because it was used in the murder. But then what happened to the other one? Oh, let me give her the cloth. Oh. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag. Did you not, Miss Goad? Albeit somewhat grimier one. Oh wait, no, we did this already. Never mind. Oh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Mosley Smiles? What could you ever do to cover it with whipped cream for you then sprinkle a few? There would be no need for that. Thank you, Miss Goad. shoot, I'm kind of like. Guess we go back to her. I gotta figure out how she's lying and what will force her to talk. Oh yeah, why is this out in the open and do? Oh, we never checked this. The top of the platform is wet. Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around. Yes, but the question is who and what. Looks like this pedal, you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed, let's give it a try. If you would, Kay. On it. Ta-da! A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these. I'll say, I bet I could even cart Gummy off with it. And for what purpose exactly, may I ask? Okay, anything in the middle? No. Oh, that's all I get out of it. Okay, that was exactly the same. Okay. Oh, maybe the wheels. No, 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 no. Okay. Looks like there's nothing on that. Salt, sugar, blood, sugar composition matches that of the sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in the fountain water also seemed to match. Okay. Could I present anything to Eddie, maybe? One of those pieces of cloth went missing 18 years ago now. Hard to lose something like that, right? Lights up with the dang Christmas tree. It's possible no one just happened to found it, although the more likely scenario is that somebody just decided to play hide the thimble, and the question is who? Maybe this. I think I get it. So this is the key unraveling the whole mystery. Yes, perhaps. Great, you keep a hold of it then. Yeah. Quickly now, back in your pocket it goes. I guess he doesn't think much of it. Alright, this is nothing. I don't have a thing for you. I guess we'll just present him with some. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, nothing to that either. Oh, that sucks. All right. Okay, what do I present to her? What do I present to you?
Or do I even have it yet? I don't know if we use that for anything. Okay, we did the cookbook. Did the case analysis do anything? No. Okay, nothing on the case analysis. How about the salt lamp? The hunt is on. Damn it. Did I do? I think I did their gas ingredients, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Darn it. I hit it again. Okay, we definitely did that. Teapot? Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay. She doesn't react to the teapot either. What about this? Nope. Lift cart, maybe? This lift cart, I heard it was in use 18 years ago, too. That's right. It was another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around. But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Thank you for that, Miles. Ah, I didn't do anything. Can we ask her why this is the opposite? You're a very successful actress, Miss Bound. Why did you decide to become a gallery owner? You know, the two things don't feel at all that different to me. Movies, musicals, confectionery, sculptures, art, they're all the same, really. They all have the same aim in mind. To invoke an emotional response. That's what all artists strive for. So is that what Laurice is striving for too? Let's get one thing straight. Try it as Larry might. A fancy name does not make an artist. Or does not an artist make. There we go. Alright, she doesn't react to that either. I have to admit, I was a little surprised to learn that Gregory's Edger's son had become a prosecutor. But then I'm sure a lot has happened since. Yes, that very much is certainly true. Though I'll spare you the details. Hehe, and yet the two of you are so alike. You may have chosen different paths, but I can tell you, every bit of righteous and noble as he was. That's very kind of you to say. When it comes to his work, my father always had the strength of his convictions. But right now, I'm like a ship lost at sea. I'm not even sure which way to go, yet alone I should be. Maybe you should become a defense attorney. You never know. Okay. I'm just gonna try that again. Okay, hunt's on. Okay. Did I show her everything at this point? I kind of feel like I did. Huh. I'm missing something and I'm not 100% sure what it is. But that's okay.
You're in my way. Oh, man. I guess I can try stuff from him, too. Ooh, this page is a real beauty, right? Ow. Ooh, this page is a real beauty, right? I really done my subjects justice here. Which one's your favorite? Oh, I really couldn't decide. They're all perfect in their own way. I'm sure you think all your portraits are perfect, don't you? Of course not. Not everybody is suitable subject, you know. Take you, for example. You're the dictionary definition of a super hot mess. I don't resemble that description, do I? I don't think you'd have anything with that. Teapot. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'll call my next picture book. Verity's Grand Graveling Gala. They were the sequel to Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. He did say that. And another guaranteed bestseller blockbuster. Larry, could you please focus on the piece of evidence I'm showing you? Huh? Were you saying something? Nah. Ignored by Larry of all people. Oh, was that his I don't know about that. Okay, yes it is. Alright. Larry, you don't know anything, do you? Wow, really? Huh. Oh. I'm not getting anywhere with these guys. It's really weird. Oh, I guess I didn't talk to her at all. If they find ubiquitin in that teapot, is that what it's for, Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody. You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Sco and see what they have to say on the matter. We have learned a lot about our case and about IS-7 too. Perhaps, and yet, the truth remains shrouded in an impenetrable mist. You still don't have enough evidence to pierce the fog? In that case, we'll have to look for some more. That won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. Now it's just a matter of logically piecing it together in order to illuminate the truth. Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth. Then what am I missing? What am I missing? I'm just wondering how I have to present one of these guys something. Okay, now. Okay, we did this one already. Oh, you really do care some. Oh. Okay, we got that one already. Nope. Okay. think you're a cool pharmacist. Well, should I, dearie? Should I do? Aren't you a sweetheart? Little my little tooth decay. Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals? My working logic. I'm working my magic. Mr. Edgeworth, buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Goad, Delicia. I was wondering if you could maybe. No. How many times have you cheeky little imp? Once your name is decided, I can't change it. Dang. So much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I? Not a very good one. Damn, dude. She should know about this. It's true, Derry. I know how to make a poison gas, but the fact that someone knows how to hold a gun doesn't mean they shot anybody now, does it? I'm not accusing you, Miss Scone. She's right, you know. Just because I'm a great thief doesn't mean I can't do good. Exactly, dearie. And just because I'm a confectioner doesn't mean I can cook. Surely that only applies to fake confectioners. Oh, he don't know. He doesn't know. We'll forgive him. Rubbish. Okay, we did this one. Hold on, that badge of yours. It's not the same as Greggy Peglegs. That's right. My father was a defense attorney. I took a different path. Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Well, I suppose it's to be expected at your age, dearie. But once you've grown up a bit, I'm sure you'll start to appreciate your old man a little bit more. Anyone goes through a little rebellious phase. Lord knows I had mine, tee. My career path is not a result of some adolescent phase, Miss Code. Okay, we got that out of the way. Not you. Oh, really? Ah, this takes me back. Perhaps you could take a closer look. You might notice something new. This thing, Mazzarino. I've been racking my brains about this case for 18 years now. I wouldn't hold out much hope for a eureka moment. You, on the other hand, fresh eyes, fresh face, fresh attitude, you might spot something. I'm gonna take a stab at what his coolness is saying, but no comment. Alright, I'll try not to pass the buck next time. Well, that was a waste of time. Damn. You were just like talking about this a second ago. Maybe it has something about the cookbook. The ultimate cookbook. There's some humdinging recipes in there, huh? Any of you might be interested, perhaps. Who, me? Not that I could think of. Maybe you, Quesarino. I guess I'd like to be a genius, but invisible. Oh, able to fly. We're talking about medicines here, Kay, not miracles.
Teapot, maybe? Nope.
IS-7 is not just another case to me, Miles. You know that, right? Of course, it's important to me too. I put some seriously thought in our little mystery over the years. Just like what the letter IS stand for. Incident snacks? Instant sweets? No wait, ironic strudels? See? There are so many options. I can't just pick one. Sometimes I seriously don't know whether Fender is being serious or not. And one of those times. Okay, that's nothing. Nothing of that in two. Working me two. Oh wow. Huh. Huh. Scenario is that somebody's decided to play hide the. Oh, we did this, yeah. Miles Edger, Prosecutor. I gotta say, I never saw that coming. I'm sorry, Fender. Hey, that wasn't a dig. You had your reasons, I'm sure. I'm just glad to see that the courtroom looks like from the other side for once. It's a whole different ball game. Let me tell you. Actually, I have stood in the defense bench once before, and I have to say, it wasn't bad. Alright, his is all done, so it has to be you. And what do I present to you? Oh, can I present stuff to you too? Maybe I have to do something for... I'm a great thief, I'm totally sympathized. If you feel you gotta grab something, you should go ahead and grab it, even if it's worthless. She doesn't seem to think much of my little treasure. Alright. Hunt is on. Pretty sure I did. Oh. Did this one too? Oh, we never looked at it. Switches, change color, changes the blue to light blue. This cloth went missing at the time of the IS-7 incident. Only we found the 18 years later floating in the Zodiac Hall fountain. And there was another one that was all lit up and draped around the Pisces statue, right? It seems these cloths may have a connection to both cases, past and present. The hunt is on. Stop dancing, Judy. Is on. Hunt is on. Kind of pharmaceuticals. That's an old one. Hunt is on. Huh. What am I missing? No, come on. Huh. I'm missing something here. I'm not sure what it is. Can't logic. Oh.
Eureka!
I want to say it's a teapot, but it might not be.
Eureka! Eureka!
I don't have what's it called by itself.
Eureka!
Not exactly sure where to put it. Pisces statue sketch. Pisces statue sketch. I don't know. Because if it isn't this,
Eureka!
it could be one of these.
Eureka!
Not exactly sure where to put it. I don't have the old photo, do I? No. Gas was produced by bright red liquid ubiquitum. The only problem is I don't know where to deduce that.
Like I wanted.
Eureka!
So it's not ubiquitum. Because it's not detecting that.
Eureka!
Thinking that might be a chemical. What haven't I tried yet? Let's try
Eureka!
now. Okay. I don't know. What you think it would be is not what it is. We've seen Miss Bond using this servant cart with a white tablecloth, but something is nagging me about it. I should take another look at the evidence. It's not the picture, is it?
Eureka!
No. We don't have the candy, so...
Eureka!
Why do I get dinged on this? It just seems like a dumb thing to ding you on.
Eureka!
Ah, man. Gallery pamphlet.
Eureka! Eureka!
What haven't I used here?
Eureka! Eureka!
Nothing's working. Am I pointing at the wrong spot? Could have sworn I'd done all these.
Eureka!
Why is he looking off like that? Oh,
Eureka!
oh, I didn't mean to do that. And from that, he went to the darkness because makes me think it's like something I wouldn't have to look at. Weapon, rocks, defense attorney Gregory notes statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Organized victim's body is found leading to his arrest while in detention. Tangaroa discovered he had a taste disorder when something cured via medication. Verdict: convicted accomplice based on his confession. Ari Frost, known as Paul Henry, name, France, constant in his confectionery contest. The body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. And the picture. Okay. Okay. Welcome, new students. I'm guessing that's new students. Okay.
Ta-da.
Eureka!
Isn't this not one of these?
Eureka! Eureka!
Maybe the teapot on this? No. Okay, poisonous gas.
Eureka!
No, what? Is what I'm thinking it is not it?
Eureka!
Like, this is the only other thing that changes the thing. And I think I tried everything on everything else. So what could this one be? How about the winter wing? 'Cause I don't have that photo here though. That wasn't the like these guys don't have the two photos. Gregory did.
Eureka!
Yeah, I'm not 100% on this.
Eureka!
I hate to do it this way, but I thought I tried the most logical items.
Eureka!
What am I missing here? Is there something I'm actually missing as an item? Because you get the red serum pitcher a lot of times. And that's what I'm trying to prove here, that the red ones in there, but I also have is this, but this ain't working, right? There's a clear contradiction. No.
Eureka! Eureka!
I hate doing it this way. I really do. I don't want to brute force it, but I have no other means of figuring this out unless I'm completely missing something. And if I am missing something, why don't...
Eureka! Eureka!
I apologize, guys. I really don't like doing it this way. I really don't. But I don't want to look up the answer either. So it's kind of like...
Eureka!
I did a cookbook already, right?
Eureka! Eureka!
I don't get it. What is it? My badge? New one I haven't tried, I don't think. If it's my badge, I don't want to slap myself.
Eureka! 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 Eureka!
So what messes me up with these is I thought I used something. And maybe I didn't already.
Eureka!
Just want to have like,
Eureka!
really.
Eureka! Eureka!
Pretty sure I did the case in it. Yes.
Eureka!
Like I could even be putting thing in the literally the wrong place. That's the only thing that sucks.
Eureka!
What in my evidence that, like, I don't see it. I don't see it. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered he had a taste disorder, which probably cured via medication. Like, have we used this for anything?
Eureka! Eureka!
Like, if it's not the obvious ones.
Eureka!
Oh my god.
Eureka!
It's not your badge, sir. It's my badge. My badge contradicts this. It contradicts everything. It's the clear winner here. Like, am I not doing this right or what? What's going on?
Eureka!
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinating. By the work of great Laurice Duexnum, huh? It's a composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted it exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you everything exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart in this room is white. Wow. Your head is full of crazy theories. The simple stuff just passes you by, right? Yeah. What does that look for? Listen, just before you drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart. With that tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. I was hiding the pieces of teapot I kind of smashed. You know, that's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Baum came out of the winter wing. Yeah, she was pushing the cart. A different one. The one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. What did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel in the summer wing, but I do not know what happened after that. She came back out and she was pushing one of the carts. You can kind of lift stuff with. A lift cart. Yeah. So I called out to her. She just ran off it and left it behind. Never had her down as I never had her down as shy type. But just goes to show, you'll never know. Another 7 cart and a lift cart. There is another tea set too. We better check with Miss Bowden. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. Are there 2 7 carts here at the gallery, Miss Bowden? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us his sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth is light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid, friend, you must be mistaken. I only have white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free. The one in the cart here is in the fountain room, right? Exactly. As I saw so much a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be mistaken on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about these duties, if I may.
Y'all walk.
What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there are a few left over, so here, for the both of you. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Hee hee. Thanks, Miss Bond. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they were sitting around in her pocket. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do a little less sugar. There we go. We got to it. Took a minute. And that's that. All that there is now is wait the results of the test on the teapot. What time is it? 11:30. I probably should call it now. Oh yeah. All right, yeah, we'll do this tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. What's today? Friday or Monday? Friday. So next Monday we'll continue this investigation. I'm really enjoying it. Sorry I had a little rough patch there because that picture, I think they should have did a little more to make it look more blue. Because artists often use blue for shadow on white. So, oh, it's all right though. It's all good. We will continue this in the next one. And hopefully I don't disappoint you guys. Thank you all for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch. We will continue this